A regular evening with fireworks turned into a true ordeal for an 18-year-old boy. An accidental fire led him into a prolonged fight with a greedy neighbor who wanted much more than what was fair. He had to fight to protect his honesty, his future, and his conscience. Will he emerge victorious, or will the neighbor drag him into debt? Subscribe and find out what happened next. At 18, I thought I was unstoppable. I was Jack, young, eager, and ready to prove myself to the world, even if it meant running myself ragged for a small-town security company. The job wasn't much, just enough to pay for a few late-night fast food runs and keep my future open-ended while I figured things out. But the constant call-offs from coworkers turned the shifts into a sort of endurance test. And somehow, I ended up being the one always ready to step up. Maybe it was pride, or maybe just that burning desire to be someone. But I found myself signing on for back-to-back shifts that dragged on until the morning sun blinked at me like an unwanted reminder. I'd return home, my eyes aching with exhaustion, to find my father, Thomas, waiting. He'd give me that worried look, his words full of concern. "You need to take it easy, Jack." I'd laugh it off, brushing away his worries. I thought I could handle anything. Back then, I had no idea that the hardest shifts were yet to come, and not the kind you clock in for. It was around the 4th of July when I finally got something almost mythical, a day off. Even better, my best friend Michael was back in town on vacation from college. Michael and I had been inseparable during our high school years, and him leaving for college had left a pretty big hole in my social life. So naturally, when I heard he was back, I was excited. We decided to get together and chip in on some good old American fireworks, celebrating the holiday like we always dreamed of when we were kids. To be honest, I had nothing but bad experiences with fireworks in the past. Burned fingers, misfires, near misses that scared the life out of me. But the lure of a loud, colorful celebration was too tempting to ignore. Something about being young and invincible made me think, why not? I convinced myself that this time would be different, that we'd be careful, that nothing would go wrong. We got back to my place, spread out all the fireworks on the living room floor, inspecting each one like we were planning a big event. There were sparklers, bottle rockets, cakes, and Roman candles all arranged before us like we were getting ready for a professional show. I remember the smile on Michael's face as he picked up a sparkler, twirling it between his fingers. "Why don't we mess around with some sparklers since it's still not dark yet?" I suggested, not really seeing any harm in starting small. It seemed like a fun, innocent idea at the time. Just a bit of fun before the real fireworks started. We went into my backyard. It was early evening, not quite dark, and the sun was still lingering just above the horizon. The air was dry, painfully so. It hadn't rained for over 2 months, and the grass had turned into something more like hay, brittle and crisp, just waiting for a spark. We didn't think about that. We were too excited. I lit my sparkler, the bright sparks immediately dancing off the end, and Michael did the same. We laughed, waving them around like kids again, making bright patterns in the air. But then it happened. One of the tiny, almost invisible sparks from my sparkler, along with a similar one from Michael's, floated down, landing right in the middle of the dry grass. Almost immediately, I saw it, a tiny, flickering flame that within seconds became two small fires. My heart dropped. I froze for a moment, staring at the growing flames as they licked at the ground, greedily consuming the dry grass. Panic surged through me, and I threw the sparkler down, sprinting as fast as I could toward the garden hose. My hands were shaking as I turned on the water, trying to spray down the fire. But it was no use. The fire spread faster than I could manage. It was terrifying how quickly it grew, almost as if it had a mind of its own. I handed Michael the hose and immediately pulled out my phone to call 911, my heart pounding so loudly I could barely hear myself think. The seconds felt like hours, the adrenaline making everything move in slow motion. Within what felt like an eternity, but was really only about 4 minutes, the fire had spread all the way to the neighbor's fence. It was like the entire yard had become a fuse, leading straight to the dry, old wood of that fence. The neighbor, Mary, came rushing out of her house, her expression surprisingly calm. Without saying a word, she grabbed her own garden hose and started spraying down her fence and the dry grass on her side of the yard. I could see the determination in her face, and I felt a pang of guilt for dragging her into this mess. Despite everything, she was composed, focusing on the task at hand. Finally, after what felt like a lifetime, the fire department arrived. They acted quickly, and soon the chaos began to settle. I remember turning to Michael, who was still wide-eyed and holding the now useless hose, and I said, "Only one of us needs to get in trouble. You should leave." He looked at me, hesitation clear in his eyes, but he knew I was right. Michael was in college with a bright future ahead of him, and I couldn't bear the thought of him jeopardizing that because of my stupid idea. Reluctantly, he agreed, and without another word, he slipped away before anyone could notice him. Mary, surprisingly, was very understanding at first. Once the fire was completely out and things had calmed down, I approached her, apologizing profusely for everything that had happened. She listened, nodding along, and even reassured me, saying, "It could have happened to anyone, Jack." I promised her that we could discuss replacing the fence and getting quotes for the repairs. She seemed okay with that, more concerned that no one had gotten hurt. I felt a wave of relief, thinking that maybe, just maybe, this wouldn't turn into the disaster it had the potential to be. But my relief was short-lived. About 2 hours after the fire was put out, an arson investigator showed up, a man named Detective Johnson. He looked like he had seen it all before, calm, collected, with a no-nonsense demeanor. He questioned me about what had happened, and I decided to tell him a version of the truth. I explained that I was in the backyard, alone, playing around with some fireworks, and that one thing led to another, resulting in the fire. He seemed to believe me, nodding thoughtfully as he took notes. To my surprise, I got off without any charges. In fact, he even commended me for being honest about what had happened, saying that it made his job easier when people told the truth. I felt a weight lift off my shoulders, believing that I had dodged a bullet. However, about a week later, things took a turn. I got a knock on my door, and when I opened it, there stood Mary, her expression much less friendly than it had been before. Without a word, she handed me 2 pieces of paper. One was a quote for the fence, around $4,000, and the other was an estimate for lawn care, valued at $6,000. I looked at the papers, my stomach sinking. They looked shady, just typed out on Microsoft Word with no logo or company name, no real details that made them look legitimate. Mary looked at me and added, almost as an afterthought, "Oh, and I will also need you to pay my water bill for the next 3 months because the new yard will need a lot of water." I was stunned. The fence she had before wasn't anything special. It was old, falling apart, and barely standing straight. The yard was dead, the grass brown and patchy, with weeds growing everywhere. It was clear she hadn't cared for it in years. Now suddenly she wanted a brand new mahogany fence, a lush green lawn, flowers, and trimmed hedges. It felt like she was trying to take advantage of the situation, and I wasn't having it. I looked at her and said, "I'm willing to replace your fence, but I need to get my own estimate. This just doesn't seem right." She glared at me, her eyes narrowing, and said, "Remember, you agreed to replace my fence. A real man keeps his promises." I clenched my jaw, feeling the anger rising, but I knew better than to argue. Instead, I shut the door, my hands shaking, and immediately called my dad, Thomas. I explained everything to him, Mary's demands, the shady quotes, and her insistence on the new yard. He was furious. I could hear it in his voice as he said, "Son, don't give that lady a single dime. She's trying to play you." He then gave me the number of his handyman, someone he trusted, and told me to take care of it. The next day, bright and early, the handyman came over to my place to do an estimate on the fence repair. He was a reliable guy, known for his fair pricing and solid work. One of those old-school craftsmen who took pride in doing things the right way. He got right to work, walking around the property, measuring the fence, and jotting down notes. Everything seemed straightforward until, suddenly, Mary burst out of her front door. She looked furious, her face flushed as she stomped across the yard towards us, waving her arms in the air. "I did not give you permission to get an estimate on my fence," she shouted, her voice shrill. Technically, since the fence was right on the property line, it was both of ours. But she wasn't interested in technicalities. Mary kept arguing, insisting I had no right to bring anyone over without her permission. I explained I was only doing this to make things right, but she wasn't having it. Things escalated quickly. Before I knew it, she was on the phone with the police, reporting me for having a contractor on her property. The handyman, clearly uncomfortable, kept working quickly while Mary paced back and forth, glaring at us both. When the police showed up, they saw there was no real issue. I was standing on my property, and the handyman was just doing his job. Nothing illegal about it. The officers tried to calm Mary down, but she wouldn't be satisfied. Eventually, they told her there was nothing they could do, and the handyman wrapped things up soon after. His estimate came to about $1,200, which seemed reasonable to me. I was just glad the situation with the police hadn't escalated. I also knew a guy who did lawn care from my time at the local grocery store during high school. He was trustworthy, so I called him up. He agreed to come by while Mary wasn't home to look at the lawn. He examined the scorched grass and estimated the reseeding would cost about $800. Compared to the exorbitant amounts Mary had quoted, this seemed much more reasonable. After getting both estimates, I brought copies over to Mary's house, hoping we could come to an agreement and move on. When she answered the door, I handed her the copies, explaining calmly, these are the estimates from people I know and trust. They're fair and they'll do good work. Mary barely glanced at the papers before her face twisted in disdain. I don't know these people. I don't want them anywhere near my house. They're probably terrible contractors, she snapped. I tried reasoning with her, saying, no, I know them personally. They're good people who do quality work. She didn't care. She just slammed the door in my face, leaving me standing there. That night, I worked another brutal 16-hour shift. By the time I got home at 8 a.m., I was completely exhausted. All I wanted was to crash and sleep. But at 9 a.m., I heard a knock at the door. It was Mary, standing there, demanding that I talk to her right then. I explained, as politely as I could. I'd love to discuss this, but I just got home from work and need to be back in less than 5 hours. I need sleep. She scoffed. What kind of lazy person sleeps until 2 p.m.? At that point, I'd had enough. I was beyond tired, and her constant demands were starting to push me over the edge. I looked her straight in the eye and said, you can either accept my $2,000 based on the quotes I got or get nothing. She stood there, stunned, unable to believe what I had just said. After a moment, she just nodded, albeit reluctantly. We planned to meet at the notary the next morning to finalize everything. That night, after another long day at work, I spent time writing up a contract, making sure everything was clear. I gathered the $2,000 in cash, feeling a sense of relief that this whole ordeal was almost over. The next morning, I grabbed the contract, stuffed the cash into an envelope, and headed out to meet Mary at the notary's office. I waited for over 3 hours, but she never showed up. Eventually, she called. I'm sorry, she said, her voice dripping with fake sympathy. The $2,000 isn't enough. I'm having my people start the work, and you'll be paying me in full. I was stunned. Was she serious? After that call, I decided I was done talking to her altogether. It was clear she wasn't interested in being reasonable, and I wasn't going to let her push me around anymore. Over the next few months, I watched as her backyard transformed into what looked like a small paradise. She had gone all out, installing a small pond, new sod, flowers, and even decorative garden lights. It was now obvious she had planned to remodel her yard for a long time, just waiting for a chance to get someone else to pay for it. I also learned, through the neighborhood grapevine and Facebook group, that she had taken a trip to Hawaii using the funds she had saved for the remodel. She bragged about the trip in the neighborhood group, completely unaware I was in it under a different name. It was infuriating to watch her live it up, knowing she was trying to scam me to pay for her lavish lifestyle. Then, about 4 months later, after the fire and after she had finished remodeling, I got served with papers to go to court. She was suing me for $10,300. At just 18 years old, I suddenly found myself needing to hire a lawyer to defend myself. It was intimidating, and the thought of losing the case and having to pay her thousands of dollars made my stomach churn. When we finally got to court, I laid everything out for the judge. I presented all the quotes I got, explained how Mary had harassed me repeatedly, and how she had refused to show up after agreeing to meet at the notary. I also told the judge how she had prevented me from getting my own estimates, which was something I was legally entitled to do. Finally, I showed the judge her Facebook posts bragging about scamming me and using the funds for her vacation. The judge listened carefully to everything I said, looking through all my evidence. After a moment, he looked at Mary, his expression unreadable. Then, in a calm but firm voice, he said, "Ma'am, with all due respect, you're being unreasonable." Not only did this young man tell the truth, but he also offered to pay more than required. Your lawn was already dead before the fire, so he is only responsible for the fence. $100 or $200. I will also deduct his lawyer fees from this amount. My lawyer fees were $800, meaning I owed her just $400. I could see the color drain from her face as the judge spoke. She had expected to walk away with thousands, and instead, she was getting almost nothing. So, in the end, I ended up paying just $400 for burning her old, broken fence. Mary, on the other hand, took a huge financial loss. I don't know exactly how much that trip to Hawaii cost her, or how much she poured into her backyard, but I do know it was enough to put her into serious debt. Eventually, she had no choice but to sell her house and move to a smaller place. The last I heard, she had left the neighborhood entirely. I haven't heard from her since. I deeply regret what happened with the fire. Burning down Mary's fence was never my intention, and the weight of that mistake still lingers with me. If I could go back, I would have approached things differently, more calmly, more openly. I would have welcomed the chance to meet Mary halfway, to settle things properly. Since that day, I've sworn off fireworks completely. That night opened my eyes to just how quickly excitement can turn to danger, and how easily a celebration can become a disaster. Someone could have been badly hurt, and I'm endlessly grateful that it didn't end worse. The biggest lesson I took from it all? Responsibility. Facing the truth from the start was my only saving grace. Detective Johnson, the arson investigator, told me bluntly, if I'd lied, he'd have charged me with arson. My honesty saved me from a criminal record, and the fire was ruled an accident. It was a harsh lesson, one that scorched itself into my memory. But it taught me something invaluable. Own your mistakes before they own you. He thought he was living the perfect life, a loving wife, 2 wonderful kids, and a cozy home. But one accidental discovery changed everything. Secret messages, mocking laughter, and betrayal from those he trusted most turned his life into a daily nightmare. What would you do if you found out your loved one was destroying your life from the inside? This is a story of pain, rage, and an unexpected decision that changed everything. Subscribe and enjoy the listening. It started a few years ago, and I thought we had it all figured out. We were that quintessential suburban couple, the kind you'd see smiling on a holiday card, seemingly living the perfect life. We had stability, 2 good jobs, a cozy home, and a future that seemed to stretch out like a sunlit highway. Our 2 kids, Sophie, 14, and Ethan, 9, brought chaos and joy in equal measure, and to me, we were doing just fine. We were healthy, our sex life wasn't a cliche of neglect, and our weekends were filled with barbecues and friendly gatherings. From my side of things, we were cruising along just fine. But under the surface, that perfect picture had started to crack. The long hours at work stretched like shadows across our evenings, leaving us strangers in our own home. The rough patch we hit felt routine at first, something every couple faces, a storm we could weather. But it wasn't just about us anymore. Ethan's developmental challenges added a new weight, a relentless, quiet worry that squeezed the joy out of our moments together. Our time was swallowed by obligations, our conversations reduced to logistics, and the laughter that used to echo through our home grew quieter. The pressure in the house was building, tension seeping into every room. And though I kept telling myself we could pull through, I started to wonder if maybe I was the only one still fighting to keep that picture-perfect life from shattering. Around that time, I noticed that Emily was spending more and more time on her phone, seemingly glued to her screen, always texting with her so-called girlfriends. I didn't think too much of it at first. After all, everyone needs an outlet, and I assumed these chats were harmless, a way for her to de-stress. Wanting to improve things between us, I decided to make a more concerted effort. I began trying to get home from work earlier whenever I could, helping out around the house more, and really trying to be there emotionally for Emily and the kids. I thought this would help bridge the gap that seemed to be growing between us. But despite my efforts, the emotional distance only seemed to expand. Over the course of several weeks, the gulf just kept getting wider, and it felt like there was nothing I could do to close it. Then, one day, by complete accident, I stumbled upon some messages. I had charged up an old iPad for Ethan to use, and it turned out that Emily's Facebook Messenger was still logged in. I wasn't looking for anything suspicious, but what I found immediately raised red flags. There were quite a lot of messages with a guy from her hometown, a man I will call Bradley, or Brad for short. The messages weren't explicitly inappropriate, but there was something off about them. I could tell from the timestamps and the context that quite a few messages were missing, almost as if someone had gone through and selectively deleted certain parts. It was enough for me to make a mental note to keep an eye on it. Though at that point, I tried to push my suspicions aside and focus on fixing things between us. The very next day, I decided to take the day off work to focus on Emily and our relationship. I wanted to show her how much I cared, so I spent the day knocking out some home projects I thought would make her happy. I left her sweet notes throughout the house, little reminders of how much I appreciated her. Yet, once again, I found her in the corner of the living room, glued to her phone, texting her girlfriends. Something inside me told me to check that iPad again. I took it to the office and opened up Facebook Messenger. What I saw hit me like a punch to the gut. I watched, in real time, as my wife tore me down to Brad. She and Brad were openly making fun of me. All of my flaws, insecurities, and even secrets that I had confided in her, all of it was now fodder for her and Brad to laugh at. And it wasn't just that. Although there wasn't outright sexting, the conversation had a clear sexual undertone, especially when Emily was making disparaging remarks about my performance in the bedroom. I managed to take some screenshots of what I was seeing, though I missed a good portion of the messages because, as they were chatting, Emily was deleting them. She was deleting them almost as fast as they were coming through, as if she knew someone might find them someday. I wasn't emotionally capable of confronting her at that point. I felt a mix of anger, sadness, and an overwhelming sense of betrayal. I stayed in the office that night until she had gone to bed, numbing myself with a couple of drinks, trying to process everything I had just learned. The next day, I took off work again. I needed time to think, to soul search, to figure out what my next steps should be. I spent most of that day drinking and just trying to make sense of everything that had happened. Emily came home that evening and asked me what was wrong, and I just couldn't bring myself to tell her the truth. I copped out and told her I had a bad day at work. She seemed to accept that answer and moved on. But later that night, I watched as the messages on the iPad continued to unfold like a slow-motion car crash. It was a train wreck I couldn't look away from, even though every new message tore at me a little more. So began a couple of solid weeks of taking screenshots, drinking, and emotionally detaching myself from the relationship that I thought I had. I knew there was no going back from this. There was no way to unsee what I had seen, no way to undo the betrayal. As the days went by, the messages between Emily and Brad became more overtly sexual. Emily was clearly into it, and Brad began sprinkling in declarations of love. "I love you," he'd write, and Emily would respond with flirtatious enthusiasm. There was no denying the emotional and physical infidelity anymore. At this point, I knew I needed professional advice. I consulted a lawyer, got a clear idea of my options, and began moving forward with a plan, even though my heart was breaking. I felt like I was sleepwalking through my own life. And then things took a turn for the surreal. As I continued watching the messages, I found out that Brad was planning to come to town to spend a weekend with Emily at a nice hotel. They were planning a getaway, a whole weekend of quality time together. I didn't have all the details. They must have had a phone conversation about it at some point, but I had enough information to piece together when and where it was going to happen. Sure as anything, the very next day, Emily was buttering me up, putting on her sweetest smile and talking to me in that calm, persuasive voice she always used when she wanted something. She was all about how she needed a spa weekend with her girlfriends to relax and recharge, and how, when she got back, we could really focus on our marriage and make things work again. It sounded like she was almost excited about the idea of fixing us, like she had some grand plan to restore what had been lost. I went along with it, nodding enthusiastically, smiling, and telling her that it was the greatest idea she'd ever had. I acted like I'd do absolutely anything to get us back on track, and in that moment, she really seemed to believe me. But deep down, I was already committed to my own plan, a plan that would take her completely by surprise. Behind the scenes, I had already gotten in touch with my lawyer. I told him I needed a strong separation agreement drafted, something that made it very clear what would happen next. It stated that she would move out of the house immediately. She would only get weekend visitation with the kids, and there would be no child support in the interim period until the divorce was finalized. This wasn't about punishing her financially, but it was about making sure she understood that things had changed. And then, after putting all these wheels in motion, I had to sit through the 2 most agonizing weeks of my life. Every day felt like an eternity. I watched as she acted like everything was normal, and I had to play along, pretending I was still invested in a marriage that, as far as I was concerned, had already ended. Most of the love I had felt for her was completely gone by then. What remained was anger, a deep, seething rage that I had never experienced before. It was like carrying a fire inside me that I couldn't put out. Finally, D-Day arrived. I had planned everything meticulously, and I took the entire day off work to make sure everything would go according to plan. First, I withdrew half of the money from any accounts we were joined on, leaving her half untouched. I didn't want to be accused of taking anything that wasn't mine, but I also wasn't about to let her have access to all of our resources. I had already redirected my paycheck to a new bank, one that she had no connection to. Then I closed our money market account, took out a cashier's check for her half, and deposited my half into my new account. It was a strange, surreal feeling, as though I were finally taking control of my life. Even though the situation itself was heartbreaking, I stopped at Office Max on my way back and printed out about 75 pages of Facebook Messenger screenshots. The evidence of her betrayal in black and white. I didn't want to be home, so I killed some time, driving around aimlessly, trying to get my emotions in check before the moment I'd confront her. Eventually, she texted me, telling me that she was taking off for the weekend and saying that she loved me. I forced myself to reply with a simple, "Have fun," even though it made my stomach churn. I didn't feel love anymore, only a cold emptiness. That evening, I showed up at the hotel around 8:30. I parked the car and walked through the lobby, my heart pounding. I called Emily's phone from the lobby, but it went straight to voicemail. I could only assume they were already in the middle of whatever they were doing. Whatever. I walked up to the front desk, trying to keep my voice steady, and asked if I could use the phone to be connected to Brad's room. The phone rang 3 times, and then Brad picked up. "Hello?" His voice sounded casual, unsuspecting. "Brad," I said, my voice as calm as I could manage. "Can you send my wife down to the lobby, please?" There was a pause on the other end, and Brad's voice came back, unsure. "I don't know what you're talking about, bro." I could hear the panic starting to creep in, and I decided to push harder. "Okay then," I replied. "I guess I'll just have to call Mrs. Brad and get her down here instead." It was totally a bluff. I knew Brad was married, and I even knew his wife's first name, but that was about it. Still, it seemed to do the trick. I heard some inaudible shuffling and more panicked sounds on the other end. "You've got 5 minutes," I said, and hung up. Click. Not even 2 minutes later, I watched as Emily came out of the elevator, looking more than a little flustered. She saw me, her face a mix of emotions: shock, fear, guilt. I gestured for her to come sit down with me in the corner of the lobby, and she reluctantly followed. As soon as we sat, she started trying to explain herself, spewing the same old nonsense, telling me it wasn't what it looked like, that I had it all wrong. I cut her off before she could get any further. "I'm not here to argue," I said, keeping my voice level. I held up the stack of papers I had printed out. The things that are said in this pile of papers are what's going on. The only way I'm not giving a copy of this to Sophie, your parents, and emailing it to everyone we know is if you move out immediately. I paused, watching her reaction. I knew exactly what cards I had to play, and I knew shame was my only leverage. Emily was a very prideful person. Our daughter, Sophie, was going through a rebellious teen phase, and I knew that if she found out about all of this, it would likely destroy whatever relationship they still had. Emily was also her parents' golden child, and their opinion of her mattered immensely. Her entire professional life was built around her reputation, her image, and I knew that she would do almost anything to protect that. Emily sniffled, mumbling something I couldn't quite catch. Her eyes filled with tears. I could see her crumbling, and I knew I had to keep pressing. "This is a check for half of the money market account," I said, handing it to her. "I've withdrawn my half of the money from all the other joint accounts. You should have more than enough to get a place." She started to cry a little, her eyes darting between the check and the stack of papers. I could almost see the thoughts racing through her mind, the different emotions and fears that were flooding her. But I didn't let up. "Here is a separation agreement that I think is more than fair considering what's going on," I continued, handing her the documents. "I'm going to need you to look this over. Sign it and leave it at the house when you get your stuff." "Do you want to look through these screenshots?" I asked, gesturing to the pile of papers. Emily shook her head, her voice barely a whisper. "No." "Okay then," I said, standing up. "Go have fun with Brad. Do not come back to the house, or I'm going to send this." I held up the ream of screenshots. "To everyone." I turned and walked out of the lobby without looking back, but as I reached the doors, I could hear her start to break down, sobbing. Once I got to the car, I drove off to a nearby parking lot and finally let myself feel everything. All of the pain, the anger, the heartbreak I had been holding back came crashing down. I had my own crying rage fit right there in the car. Previously, I would have broken down in front of her, yelling, crying, letting all of my emotions spill out. But somehow, I had managed to keep it together just long enough to pull it off. I don't know what she did that night or over the weekend. She texted and called over and over wanting to talk. I just turned the phone off, and by the time Monday afternoon rolled around, there were movers getting her stuff and she delivered the agreement. I let her have a talk with the kiddos, basically saying, "Mommy and Daddy need some time apart. We still love you," etc., etc. Standard divorce talk. After a week, she wanted to have a real talk for the first time. I obliged her because I'd already got my shit together and had an idea of what I wanted, but I should hear her out. She's so sorry. She wants another chance. She wants her family back. She'll do anything. She's on her knees crying into my lap. I had no intention of ever taking her back. I told her she needed to set up marriage counseling on her own at a time that worked for me. I told her that I couldn't live with her, but she should be around the children to try to maintain a relationship with them. So started our new normal of her coming over to the house, cooking, and having dinner with the kids 3 nights a week. She always saved me a plate. I made myself scarce. Her cleaning the house and doing the kids' laundry, then heading back to her place. We went to counseling. It consisted of her working through her issues with the therapist, trying to figure out why she did it, her begging for forgiveness, and me stoically playing the victim. I was never going to give her another chance. All I wanted to do was kill time, establish myself as the primary caregiver to the kids, and establish her as not having residency in the house. After a few months, I went to my own therapist and got diagnosed with depression and PTSD. I asked my work if it was possible to go part-time for the foreseeable future to deal with personal issues, and it was no big deal. After 6 months of therapy, I told her that I couldn't forgive her right now, and that I wanted an amicable divorce, but she was still the love of my life, and maybe someday we could give it another try. She was devastated, but agreed to the divorce if I promised to try again someday. Once the divorce was filed, I needed the kids to want to stay with me. I left a Google search for "How to Survive Your Wife's Infidelity" up on the shared PC at home, and I left some printed out infidelity articles not so hidden in the kitchen. Sophie found them and came to me crying. I told her she wasn't supposed to find those, that Mom made a mistake, that Mom still loves her, and that I would always be there for her. Sophie, who used to hold Emily in such high regard, now wouldn't talk to her without screaming, and it crushed Emily. Not surprisingly, when the court needed statements from the kids a few months later, little brother followed big sister's lead, and they both wanted to stay with Dad in the house they grew up in. When the divorce was finalized, I got the house, had to buy out some of her equity, but that's okay. I got primary custody of the kids. I got awarded generous child support due to the difference in our incomes, due to me working part-time. For the past 2 years, I've crafted the perfect life. A cozy house with my kids, a part-time job that leaves room for real living, and my ex footing the bill. Weekdays, I'm the devoted dad, the guy who never misses a bedtime story, the superhero they see me as. Come the weekends, though, I'm free. My ex takes the kids, and I transform into someone else entirely, indulging in nights of adventure with Tinderellas and keeping a roster of friends with benefits entertained. To my kids, I'm the best dad in the world, the one who always puts them first, a saint in their young, innocent eyes. To my ex, I'm the impossible dream, the one that slipped away yet remains close enough to keep her hoping, wanting. Every now and then she comes crawling back for one more night together, always chasing that thin promise of reconciliation. But what she doesn't know, what she'll never know, is that I already made my choice long ago. There's no going back. We invite you to hear an incredible story of justice at a construction site. What started as a simple request to move a car suddenly escalated into chaos, involving an angry mom, a lumber truck, and the police. Discover how a simple parking spot led to arrests and property destruction. This story will make you think twice about the consequences of breaking the rules. Subscribe now and enjoy the listen. Something happened today that was just too good not to share. I work in construction, and right now, I'm the foreman on a new house build. It's been a challenging project, not just because of the usual complexities of home construction, but because of the incredibly tricky location. Imagine this. The site sits 250 feet up a steep hill, only accessible by a narrow footpath. No roads, no vehicles, no equipment can make it up there. Every single piece of wood, every nail, every tool, it all has to be carried up by hand. We're basically hauling an entire house piece by piece up that hill. It's like something out of a bygone era, as if we're building some ancient monument, stone by stone. And today, that uphill battle took a turn that none of us saw coming. Curious? Let me tell you what happened next. One of the only things that make this slightly bearable is the fact that we have 2 parking spots at the bottom of the hill reserved for us. They're marked with official no parking signs, meaning those spots are crucial for us to be able to operate smoothly. we can park trucks there to unload materials before we lug them up the hill. Without those spots, every delivery becomes chaos, with trucks blocking the street or having to park far away, making our job 10 times harder. It might not sound like much, but having those parking spots reserved is a game changer. Unfortunately, our otherwise helpful setup is right near an elementary school, just about half a block away, and this has been a consistent problem. The parents who come to pick up their kids seem to think it's perfectly fine to park in our clearly marked spots whenever it's convenient for them. It's not just the occasional offender either. It happens regularly, at least twice a day, almost like clockwork. The signs and warnings seem invisible to them. Now, I like to think of myself as a pretty reasonable person. If someone is parked in one of our reserved spots and we don't have an immediate need, no delivery truck is arriving, and there's no pressing need for a parking space, I generally let it go. I understand this situation, especially when it comes to picking up kids. It's stressful for the parents, and they might think it's only for a few minutes. But if we need those spots, like when we're getting a delivery, or we have trucks that need parking, that's when I can't just look the other way. In those situations, I always try to be polite and ask the person to move. Usually, they understand the situation and comply right away. They might be annoyed or frustrated, but they'll move. Until today, that is. Today was different. I get a phone call from John, our lumber delivery truck driver. He's on his way to the site, and he lets me know he'll be arriving in about 2 or 3 minutes. Perfect timing, I think to myself. I head down the footpath from the construction site, planning to meet him at the bottom to make sure everything goes smoothly. He's hauling all the material we need to frame the roof of the house. This is a major delivery, big, heavy lumber that we absolutely need today to keep the project on schedule. I knew it was going to take us at least an hour to get all of that lumber carried up the hill. The last thing I wanted was for John to have to park in the middle of the street, hazards on, while we spent an hour moving lumber, blocking traffic and causing chaos. That's why those parking spots are so crucial for us, especially today. As I make my way down the hill, I spot a car in one of our reserved spots. It's a parent sitting in the car, idling with the engine on. It's clear she's just waiting for her kid to come out of school. No problem, I think. I approach her car, planning to politely ask her to move so John can park there. I knock on her window, and when she rolls it down, I explain to her that she's in a no parking zone and that we really need her to move so we can get our delivery truck in. It was a straightforward request, and I was nothing but polite. However, she immediately scoffs at me, her expression full of irritation, and says in the most dismissive tone, "I'll just be a few minutes, and your truck isn't here yet. Take a chill pill, dude." She rolls her window back up before I even have the chance to say anything else, making it clear that she has no intention of moving. Before I can process my next step, I see John's truck turning the corner, his massive lumber-loaded vehicle approaching. I wave at him to get his attention, then gesture towards the woman's car. She glances in her mirror, but doesn't seem too concerned, and she even puts her window back up as if to block me out of her world entirely. I walk over to her car once again, put on my best customer service smile, and give her a friendly wave through the glass. Reluctantly, She rolls down the window halfway, her face twisted in annoyance. "What?" she yells at me, clearly fed up with my presence. I try once more, my tone firmer this time, as I let her know that she's parked illegally in a tow-away zone and that she really needs to move. But instead of complying, she rolls her eyes and says, "Can't you guys just unload around me?" Jesus, it's not that hard. And that's when inspiration struck. A brilliant idea formed in my head, and I couldn't help but give her another wide smile before turning away. If she wanted us to unload around her, that's exactly what we'd do, but not in the way she was imagining. I walked over to John and gave him a clear set of instructions. I wanted him to park as close to her car as possible, effectively blocking her in. We had a porta potty set up at one end of our reserved spots and a car parked on the other end. So, with John's truck positioned correctly, we could create a perfect little parking jail for this lady. John, seeing the opportunity for some payback, immediately understood what I was getting at, and with a big grin, he expertly maneuvered his truck into position. Within moments, her car was completely boxed in. There was no way she was getting out until we were done. With the car now trapped, we got to work. We began unstrapping the lumber, and I called my crew, Tom, Kevin, Bill, and the rest of the guys, to start carrying the materials up the hill. We were all moving with purpose, and there was definitely a little extra pep in everyone's step after what had just happened. Meanwhile, I took a moment to call the police parking enforcement dot. I wasn't looking to get this lady in serious trouble, but I wanted to make sure there was an official record of why we were blocking part of the street, just in case anyone complained. The officer I spoke to was extremely friendly and told me she could be there in about 30 minutes to help sort things out if needed. That was perfect for us, since we'd be working for at least that long. As we kept unloading the lumber, the inevitable happened. The parent's child showed up. The kid walked up to the car, and that's when the lady realized she had a problem. John's truck was so close to her driver's side door that she couldn't open it to get out and meet her child. I watched from a distance as she awkwardly climbed across the front seats, eventually stumbling out the passenger door. It was quite the sight, and she looked beyond furious as she shot daggers at me and John, who simply gave her a little wave. She hurriedly loaded her kid into the back seat, clearly flustered and embarrassed. That's when she really seemed to understand the full extent of her predicament. Her car wasn't going anywhere. She comes storming up to me and John, her face flushed with anger and her steps heavy, each one louder than the last, practically shaking the ground beneath her. She points an accusing finger at us as she reaches the spot where we are standing, her voice dripping with impatience. "I'm in a big hurry," she hisses, her tone barely containing her frustration. "You need to move your damn truck right now so I can go." There was a fierce energy radiating off of her as she crossed her arms and glared at us, her eyes narrowing as she spoke. Before I could even get a word in to try to calm her down or explain the situation, I noticed that John had already started to react. He wasn't intimidated by her aggressive stance or her shouting. Instead, a wide grin began to spread across his face. He looked her right in the eye and, without missing a beat, said in the most polite voice imaginable, "Ma'am, in order to unload the lumber on the truck, we had to unstrap it, and per our company policy, I'm not allowed to move the truck with any unsecured load on it. sorry." He kept his smile intact as he spoke, his tone calm and almost cheerful, as if he hadn't just told her something that would make her day exponentially worse. I could see the frustration boiling over in her eyes, her face turning red as her mouth dropped open in disbelief. Her reaction was almost instant. It was like I could see her blood pressure rising to dangerous levels, her face going from red to nearly purple as she sputtered, trying to form a response. Finally, she found her voice, and it came out loud and piercing, her fury vibrating in every syllable. "Back off policy," she snapped back at him, her voice cracking slightly as her anger peaked. "I have somewhere to be." She waved her arms dramatically as if trying to emphasize the importance of her words, her entire body almost vibrating with rage. For a moment, I thought she might actually lose control, and I could barely contain my laughter as I watched this unfold, struggling to keep a straight face. And then, almost as if the universe had a sense of humor of its own, the most perfect timing imaginable occurred. I spotted Officer Mary, the parking enforcement officer, arriving at the scene. Her patrol car pulled up behind the truck, her lights off but clearly visible. She had parked behind John's truck, but the woman in front of us didn't seem to notice her arrival. The officer was still getting out of her vehicle, adjusting her hat and walking towards us with her notepad at the ready. I couldn't resist the opportunity, given how everything had played out so far. Turning back to the angry mother, who was still fuming at both of us, I casually said, "Can't you just pull out around it? It's not that hard." I gave her the biggest, most satisfied grin I could muster, barely able to contain my amusement. The realization hit her almost immediately. I saw her face change as my words registered. She knew instantly that I had thrown her own line back at her. Her jaw dropped, and her face flushed even deeper, her frustration seeming to reach a fever pitch. "Back off," she screamed, her voice cracking as she spat the words at me, her eyes narrowing with a mixture of embarrassment and blind fury. Without another word, she turned away and stormed back to her car, angrily clambering back in through the passenger door once more. She had to awkwardly clamber over the seats to get to the driver's side, and from where I stood, it looked like she nearly got stuck between the seats as she twisted herself into position. As she finally managed to get back into the driver's seat, slamming the door behind her, Officer Mary was approaching me and John, her expression already showing that she had some understanding of what was happening. Before she could even introduce herself, there was a sudden loud screech of tires, and I turned my head just in time to see the mother throwing her car into reverse, her tires squealing as she stomped on the gas pedal. The car jerked backward with a loud bang as it crashed directly into our porta potty, which rocked for a moment before tipping over completely. The clatter was deafening, and I could barely believe what I was seeing. John's mouth fell open in shock, and Officer Mary just stood there for a moment, her hand frozen in midair as she reached for her notepad. As if that wasn't enough, the woman then threw her car into drive, lurching forward with her foot heavy on the gas once again. She aimed straight for the curb, attempting to mount it and make her way along the sidewalk, the tires bouncing as the car struggled against the height of the concrete. For a second, I thought she might actually make it, but halfway over, the car got stuck, the undercarriage grinding against the curb. Her face, clearly visible through the windshield, was twisted in rage and panic as she yelled obscenities, her voice audible even over the idling truck engine. She was thrashing around inside the car, trying to force it forward, but it was no use. The vehicle wasn't going anywhere. Officer Mary didn't waste any time once the car was stuck. She marched over to the car, her expression one of complete disbelief mixed with annoyance. She walked right up to the driver's side door, knocked firmly on the window, and ordered her out of the vehicle in a voice that left no room for argument. The woman hesitated for a moment, clearly realizing that things had just escalated far beyond her control. I watched as her face went from rage to shock, her expression shifting as the reality of her situation hit her. She had done all of this, caused this entire scene, right in front of a police officer. Officer Mary didn't give her much of a choice. Within seconds, the woman was out of the car, her hands being pulled behind her back as Officer Mary slapped on the handcuffs. The woman protested, of course, but her voice lacked the earlier confidence. It was shaky now, filled with desperation. Officer Mary called for backup, and soon enough, a second unit arrived at the scene, another officer stepping out to assist. The woman was promptly sat down on the curb, the very one she had just tried to drive over, and she sat there, still yelling, her voice hoarse as she tried to argue her case. She yelled to the officers about how we had told her she could stay there, that we never asked her to move, that this entire situation was somehow our fault. Officer Mary, however, was not buying any of it. She looked down at the woman, her face completely neutral, and said, "Ma'am, I was the one who was originally called when you refused to move your vehicle. I already know exactly what's been going on here." The woman's face fell, her mouth opening and closing as she tried to come up with something to say, but no words came out. She seemed to deflate, her shoulders slumping as the reality of her situation became impossible to deny. Meanwhile, John and I were giving our own report to Officer Richard, the second officer who had arrived. He was taking notes, nodding along as we explained what had happened step by step, from the moment we asked her to move to her attempt to drive over the curb. While we were giving our statements, I could see my crew, Tom, Kevin, and Bill, continuing their work, moving the remainder of the lumber up the hill. They didn't seem too bothered by the chaos unfolding nearby. They just kept working, heads down, focused on the task at hand. John eventually finished giving his statement, and after a quick handshake with Officer Richard, headed back to his truck. He gave me a quick nod before driving off, heading back to the yard to finish his day. By the time everything was said and done, the situation had taken quite the turn. The mom was arrested, not only for her reckless actions that day, but for a whole list of charges that Officer Mary read out as she placed her in the back of the patrol car. She was charged with child endangerment since her kid had been in the back of the car during the entire ordeal, as well as reckless driving and destruction of property for knocking over the porta potty. To top it all off, she was also charged with driving on a suspended license, which explained a lot about her behavior. She wasn't even supposed to be driving in the first place. Her car was towed away, the kid was picked up by his grandmother, and the mother was taken to spend some quality time in a cell downtown. As John and I wrapped up, I found myself replaying the day's events in my head, still in disbelief at how things had unfolded. It had been one of those days that you just know will become a story told over and over again. The kind that starts with, "You wouldn't believe what happened." I never imagined she'd actually take my sarcastic suggestion to just pull out around it literally, but desperation or sheer arrogance pushed her right over the edge. The screeching tires, the frantic look in her eyes, it was both ridiculous and oddly fitting. One thing was certain, she'd think twice before parking in a tow-away zone again, if she even gets the chance. An incredible tale of restoring justice. After losing both his mother and father, our hero finds himself at the center of a real-life drama with his stepmother, who will do anything to keep the house. Despite all her manipulations, the son finds a way to show that there are limits to everything. Will the stepmother's schemes and greed win, or will justice finally prevail? This story is about inner strength, resilience, and standing up for what matters. Read on to discover how one young man made a decision that changed his life forever. My mom, Linda, left this world far too soon. She was just 55. Ovarian cancer took her from us 5 years ago, and our lives have never been the same since. For my father, Richard, it wasn't just a blow, it was the shattering of his entire existence. They had met back in college and had been inseparable ever since. Born only a month apart, they seemed made for each other. Two halves of a whole that fit perfectly together. Their love was the kind you read about in novels, the kind people dream of finding. But when she left, their perfect world crumbled in an instant. And I, their only son, was left to watch my father's heart break over and over again every single day as he tried to navigate a life without her. At the time of my mom's death, I was only 17 years old, finishing up my final year of public school, and I had just won a scholarship that would allow me to attend college out of the country the following year. Right now, I'm 22, and I'm on the verge of graduating from college with a degree in chemistry. That's when the main events in this story begin to unfold. I was lucky enough to have gone to college on a full-ride scholarship, which allowed me to focus on my studies without worrying about the financial burden. This scholarship will become more relevant later, as it plays a part in the bigger picture. My dad met my current stepmother, Kate, during my mom's final days. Kate was one of the nurses at the hospital where my mom spent her last moments, and she played all the right notes to gain my dad's trust. She seemed to genuinely care for my mom, always being empathetic, nurturing, and comforting towards both of my parents. After my mom passed away, Kate continued to show compassion, especially towards my dad, offering him a shoulder to lean on in those incredibly tough times. She was gentle and supportive, and it appeared that my dad found solace in her company. However, I was old enough to notice that something about Kate's behavior seemed a little too calculated. I had the gut feeling that she was just trying to weasel her way into gaining access to my dad's resources. Still, it wasn't really my place to interfere. It was up to my dad if he wanted to be in a relationship with her. I had to accept that it was his decision, even if I didn't fully agree. I knew he was vulnerable, but I also knew he was an adult who had to make his own choices. During that first year after my mom's death, my dad grieved deeply. During that whole time, Kate kept in touch with him, calling every month or so to check in on how he was holding up. In my opinion, These check-ins were her way of assessing whether or not he was ready to let her in. She seemed patient, waiting for the right moment. After a year had passed, she decided to take a more aggressive approach, no longer holding back. She made her intentions more obvious and began pursuing my dad more actively. She was 40 at the time, and soon she and my dad started officially seeing each other. I was wary of her motives, but I had to admit that my dad at least seemed less depressed, and there was some comfort in that for me. So, I tried to give her the benefit of the doubt, but deep down, I still didn't trust her. Something in my gut told me she had ulterior motives. We are Scandinavian, and in my family, it's not customary for the son to tell his father what to do or even offer an opinion on his decisions. Kate, for the record, was from the Czech Republic, if anyone is wondering about her background. Despite my doubts, I knew my father was entitled to make his own choices. My dad was a very successful banker during his career and had managed to amass quite a portfolio of wealth over the years. I won't bore you with all the specifics, but after about 6 months of dating, Kate and my father got married. Despite his new relationship, my dad never truly got over my mom's death. He was getting weaker and weaker as time went on, even though he was only 57 years old. It seemed like the grief was eating away at him, affecting not only his spirit but also his physical health. Sensing that his health was deteriorating, my dad called me in for a serious talk. He asked me directly, "Boy, what do you need to set yourself up in this life?" I told him honestly that I didn't need anything. I was a grown man, and I could take care of myself. I didn't want him worrying about me, especially in his condition. I reminded him that I had a full scholarship to college and that I was doing fine. I also made sure to mention that he had living sisters with children, my aunts and cousins, and that he should think about them too. He nodded, but I could tell that he was still deeply worried. A year later, my dad passed away at the age of 59. His death, although not entirely unexpected, still came as a shock. Of course, I'd watched enough Hollywood movies to consider the possibility that my dad's nurse wife might have poisoned him or somehow manipulated him into signing over all his money to her. But deep down, I didn't think that was the case. My dad's other relatives weren't very fond of Kate either, but they understood how much my dad had loved my mom and how her death had utterly shattered him. To make a long story short, my dad ended up bequeathing his 5-bedroom house to me. I never asked for it, nor did I expect it, but that's what he did. He also gave a small endowment to each of his sisters and their children. Kate, on the other hand, received about 80% of his remaining money, which amounted to several hundreds of thousands of dollars. My dad, being generous to a fault, still gave me a substantial amount of money, several tens of thousands of dollars, which, of course, were very helpful as I was starting my adult life. Kate tried to put on a friendly face after his passing, but it was clear to me that she was furious about not getting the house as well. That property was now legally mine, and I had all the papers to prove it. She was especially upset because the house was in an extremely upscale, trendy neighborhood where properties were hard to come by and could be sold for a significant profit. During the first few months after my dad's death, I had the nauseating and deeply unsettling experience of realizing that Kate was trying to gauge my interest in something far beyond an innocent relationship. It was as though she was testing the waters to see if I might be interested in some kind of twisted, intimate connection with her. The very thought of it made my skin crawl, and my reaction was nothing short of repulsion. Gross. The idea of any romantic involvement with her was repellent to the core. She had been married to my father, for heaven's sake. It was beyond inappropriate. It was borderline sick. I knew Kate had a way of trying to manipulate people, but this was on another level entirely. Every time she made some subtle hint or tried to touch me in a comforting way, I felt this rising nausea. I had to muster all my patience just to keep my distance and not lash out. Despite all this, she continued to stay at the house. Over the last 3 years, Kate had grown accustomed to living there, acting like she was the rightful owner of the property. Even though I was now the official owner, Kate seemed to feel no pressure to leave. She treated the place as if it were her own personal domain. As for me, I was mostly away at college, so I wasn't there to enforce my ownership or challenge her behavior. I would only visit my dad's old house once every couple of months, and even then, my visits were more to see my cousins, who lived just a few miles away, than to interact with Kate. In many ways, I preferred avoiding her altogether. When I did visit, I downplayed the fact that I was the legal owner of the house. I didn't want any confrontation or drama, and honestly, I had bigger priorities like completing my degree. Over the months, it felt like Kate slowly forgot that she had no real legal right to the property at all. Perhaps she allowed herself to believe that I was indifferent about it, that because I wasn't actively fighting her for it, I simply didn't care. She probably thought that since I had never asked for any portion of the hundreds of thousands of dollars my father left her, I must be financially well off and uninterested in the house. Maybe, in her head, she imagined I'd just abandon it to her eventually. I knew, though, that one day I'd have to put my foot down. That day came sooner than I expected when Kate started dating a new guy, just 5 months after my dad was in the ground. It wasn't just that she moved on quickly, though that in itself was painful, but it was the type of guy she started dating that bothered me. When I came back home from college after graduating, I found Kate and her new boyfriend, some sleazy-looking D-bag named Eric, acting as though I was the guest in my own home. They behaved as if they were the ones who owned the place. The sheer audacity of it almost left me speechless. But I decided to play along for the time being. I needed to understand just how far she was willing to take this charade. Kate told me she had given away my PlayStation 4 to Eric's cousin. Her justification: "You're too old to play with video games." It took everything in me not to lose my cool right then and there. The nerve of this woman, giving away my belongings as if they were hers to give. And not just to anyone, but to some stranger that I didn't even know. I had never met this Eric before, and she had no right to distribute my property. I kept my composure, but that very day, I quickly changed all of my network passwords. I didn't want them messing around with anything else that was mine. I smiled politely, but I knew that the clock was ticking on Kate's little fantasy of ownership. It was during that same visit that she told me about her plans to marry Eric. She explained, as if trying to justify herself to me, that she just couldn't mourn my father forever, and that she needed to move on with her life. I listened quietly, nodding at appropriate moments, trying not to let my anger show. Then she added something that particularly caught my attention. I had told her that I had graduated from college and had secured a job with a local firm, and she latched on to that detail with excitement. She seemed especially thrilled when I mentioned that I would soon be looking for a new place to live. In a very patronizing manner, she offered, "You always have a place in our house, though. You're welcome to stay whenever you please." Our house? The gall of her to say that. I simply nodded, hiding my true thoughts. I thanked her and told her I'd likely have a new place within 3 months. Kate seemed genuinely happy with this news, thinking she'd finally have the house all to herself. Then, with an almost conspiratorial smile, she told me that she and Eric were planning a wedding in her homeland, the Czech Republic. She said it would be a small, local affair. Otherwise, she would have invited me, of course. She added, "But I know you're so busy, honey." The condescension in her voice was hard to ignore, but I kept a calm demeanor. I congratulated her on the engagement, even though I could hardly care less. When she asked me if I could watch the house while they were away, I had to suppress a smirk. She wanted me to look after my own house? Sure, no problem. What I really said was that I'd be happy to take care of the house. I made sure to avoid calling it your house, as she had. Once, Kate and her sleazy fiancé, who I was entirely certain was only in it for Kate's newfound wealth, left for their trip, I immediately put my plan into action. Without hesitation, I posted advertisements on rental websites, offering to lease out my house. It was time for me to reclaim what was rightfully mine. I hired professional movers, had all of Kate's furniture and belongings boxed up, and arranged for them to be placed in a storage rental facility. I wasn't about to throw her things away, but I was definitely removing her presence from my home. As for the furniture that belonged to my parents, the pieces that had been there before Kate entered the picture, I kept all of it. Those items held real memories for me, memories of my mom and dad before everything went wrong. To make sure there would be no more intrusions, I also changed all of the locks. Every single one. I wasn't about to take any chances of her coming back and trying to waltz in like she still owned the place. This house was mine, and I intended to make that very clear. Within just a few days of posting my rental advertisement, I was inundated with dozens of inquiries about my amazing, fully furnished house, complete with fantastic views and located in a desirable neighborhood. People were eager to get their hands on a property like that. Ultimately, I decided to rent it to a wonderful young family. The father is a barrister, the mother is a school teacher, and they have 2 preteen children. They seemed like the perfect tenants, stable, responsible, and excited about moving in. They promptly paid me both their first and last month's rent and signed a lease for a year. They were thrilled to have found such a lovely home, and I felt confident they would take good care of it. However, I did feel it was only fair to warn them about my erratic and slightly delusional stepmom, Kate, who mistakenly believed the house was hers. I explained the situation carefully, making sure they understood that there could be a confrontation if she tried to come back. To provide them with an extra sense of security, I gave them the contact information for my lawyer, the same lawyer my dad had used for years. My lawyer reassured them that everything was completely legal and above board, and that I was the rightful owner of the property. This gave them peace of mind, and they felt comfortable moving in. Additionally, I provided my lawyer with all the information regarding the storage facility where I had placed Kate's belongings. I even told him about how I generously paid 4 months of storage in advance, an entire month longer than Kate's extended Czech honeymoon trip. It wasn't my responsibility to do so, but I wanted to be fair, even if she hadn't been. It was more than she deserved, but I wanted to handle everything properly. Shortly afterward, I found myself a fantastic apartment in the city, conveniently located near my new place of work. It was modern, spacious, and exactly what I needed to start this new chapter of my life. During my first few weeks living there, I met a wonderful woman while dining at a restaurant I frequented after my long work days. We struck up a conversation, and one thing led to another. We've been dating for 6 months now and are already engaged to be married. Life has truly taken a turn for the better, and I am beyond grateful for the way things are shaping up. Of course, Kate eventually found out what I had done and tried to kick up a fuss, shrieking and attempting to cause trouble when she realized she had been effectively kicked out of my house. She wasn't pleased at all, to say the least. But my lawyer swiftly handled the entire situation, shutting her down before she could get anywhere with her threats. I never had to speak with her directly, and I never had to see her garbage face again, which was a win in itself. The satisfaction of knowing she had no power over me was priceless. From what I've heard through some family friends, Kate and her new trashy husband, Eric, decided to leave the country not long after the incident. I assume they're currently blowing through the money my dad left her, spending it frivolously in pursuit of what they think is the good life. I suspect that it's only a matter of time before they find themselves broke, like so many people do when they come into money, without knowing how to manage it. I wouldn't be surprised if Kate, once her funds run dry, ends up trying to manipulate some other lonely man into giving her his savings. That's just the kind of person she is. Speaking of money, the house I'm renting out has turned out to be an incredible financial asset. It's generating so much income that not only am I able to help pay for my cousin's college tuition, but I've also moved into an even larger apartment of my own, where I now live together with my fiancé. It's a beautiful space that we both love, and we're excited about building a future together here. While I absolutely love my job and find it fulfilling, the truth is, I could easily survive just on the rental income from my dad's old house. It's more than enough to live comfortably. Ironically, I sometimes think that if Kate had only been a little cooler, a little nicer, I might have let her stay at the house. I might have even enjoyed being the bigger person, letting her keep her home as a gesture of goodwill. If she had respected boundaries, especially if she had stayed out of my room, things could have been different. But no, she chose to act as if she owned the place, to be rude and proprietary, and that left me with no choice but to make her homeless as a wedding gift. She brought it all upon herself. As a final note to all of this, I went ahead and bought myself another PlayStation 4. It's ironic, really, considering I barely even used the old one. But it wasn't about the console at all. It was about the principle. Kate had no right to give away something that wasn't hers. You don't just hand over someone else's possessions. It's as straightforward as that. You only give away what belongs to you. And that's exactly why I told Kate to leave my house. Because it's mine. And I'm the one who decides who gets to stay and who doesn't.